Used it like this.
You don't have to pitch, oh, just introduce yourself. Oh. This one
together so that we can share ideas and collaborate together. I'll give a brief. As when I started my career as a DevOps engineer, that was about 2016. I do not know of anybody else that does DevOps. Outside of my area, it was like finance. So I had to do a lot of Googling, a lot of online source just to get to understand what DevOps is and what it takes. But over time, as I got into it, but there's one question that I usually ask myself: how does this company do this? Take for example, I'm trying to set up a set in my life. I usually ask myself, okay, how does all that DevOps engineer come to work out? I set up companies and I wonder, okay, how does this company first? And at the time, I was talking to Terraform, so and the team also built together. And we brought just a small group of I think about 12 people. We sat together and then we were discussing everything about database scaling. It was a very interesting thing because it was just engineers sitting down, discussing sharding and all the technicalities of how to scaling databases. And when you were and after that event, I remember people had saying that we should actually do this, right? We should actually manage to make this continuous and have other consequent needs of standards. So I think that was the beginning of it, and by that time, we just did like one or two other before we officially started.
Let me look for that man who was 50 with you.
Before we officially started in 2018. So DevOps engine started in 2018, and we had our first DevOps engine so office as well, and it was really good. So now DevOps engine grew, and we started having just more people in the community that do much more than DevOps, right? And if you are a DevOps engineer, you realize that DevOps in itself, it's not your role, right? So it doesn't scale much for us to be calling ourselves, DevOps engineer, right? So we brainstormed and we think about what kind of meaning how can we brand ourselves in a way that accommodates everybody. In a way that accommodates everybody, and we can be able to grow well together. And after a lot of wrong things, we came to our LocalHost, and that was courtesy of Terraform, where we started that from. So we started LocalHost, and then we ran it to from Terraform. LocalHost is that community, and what are we trying to do? Our community is basically trying to create a network of professionals where we are helping to help other people that transition to DevOps. That also started from one of the problems that we realized when we started LocalHost. And that is the problem of we have so many people that don't understand or don't know what DevOps is. Everybody understood the software engineering, everyone understood what the web developer does, but not everybody understands that there is actually a career path in tech that is DevOps and site reliability. So one of the things we are doing as a community is enlighten people in this regard and also let them understand what we're trying to do. And as a community, we've started a couple of initiatives to solve this problem or to accelerate our progress from the things that we're talking about. So yeah, I've already talked about Nigeria, and then LocalHost. And over the time, we've had previous meetups. We've had about 5 or 6 meetups, and then we've had a conference. This conference was in Atlanta. I believe some of us were there. It was, I think that was 2019, right? The year 2019. This was our last conference that we did before COVID. That conference, we invited someone from AWS, in Observability, and a few of them from South Africa.
Here today, you are on career and for that journey, you know where you are. Like either an entry level engineer, or you're a mid-level engineer, or you're a senior. So what we realize is that for everybody on this step, they need help to actually get to where they go, especially for entry level. So wherever people are literally lost, they don't know where to get started from. Oh, I want to be DevOps. I want to become a DevOps. Where do I start? What tools do I start? Who do I go to? Have discussion. Ask your that. If you have questions like, oh, how do I do this? I'll try to become an intentional by doing anything.
everybody can now take from. And that is one of the things why we are doing a lot of initiatives. This means our way to be established. So we are also trying to increase our skills, consciousness of consciousness. A lot of our speakers are going to be talking about things that we are going to go. Means we have plenty to do. When I was having a speech, there are questions for the session that will end people that are thinking. For those just coming in, we have 30K to give to 3 people in this event. If I may, I'll pay attention. Because for every speaker that's speaking, there's like 3 questions out of each presentation that will form a Q&A quiz. There will be a Kahoot session. The top 3 persons get 10K. We also have AWS credits for 5 random projects. Yes. So if I might just see you taking notes, I'll give you credit. I might just see you asking questions, I'll give you. I might just see you smile, I'll give you credit. So you don't know what to happen to get it. Or don't be. Thank you very much. Let's get this.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm happy to be here. I don't know what to do. And I am going to speak on this topic, understanding container network. So, So yeah, my name is Andela, and I'm a cloud engineer and few years ago I started my programming.
Don't shake hands.
Don't shake all this extension.
The first company that I worked for was Spinnaker school. I was only back in 2000 and after building the products, there's nobody to put it on a place where the people that doesn't use the products will access it. Nobody told me I'm going to be putting something online. Nobody told me so. I took all the challenge and I started searching, using YouTube videos, and that was my first
Wait, let it come.
doing stuff.
Yeah.
And that experience, I'm like, wow, this is interesting. And of course, when I see jobs, there was jobs online. I see the being like, oh, this place is really more interesting than back into. So yeah, I think that's the next challenge. I'm embracing, I like art stores, and that explains why Brian is my best engineer artist. So I like art, I like poems, I like concepts, and can contact me on Twitter via things like that. Oh. But container is really not a local thing. It is native to Linux. And Docker just runs it in Andela and everyone decided to use container. But really, when you run a container, when you run Docker around Nginx for the local host, what happens? Like, what is really happening in the network? And I'm sure if you have read one or two things about containers, there's always one goal and always something, and that's the interface. Like, you say the container is something that is running in the Linux. And for a long time, I don't understand what interface is like. What is the namespace? So I tried Googling and reading about it.
If you have any other...
So, if a Linux host is a house, a namespace is a room inside the house. What that means is, a namespace is an isolated environment in your Linux host. And everything that is happening there,
What's
not know what that does not know that it's the only one that is there. So it's isolated. It doesn't know that there's something outside of it, and it only sees itself. Oh, sorry.
Not to try to take
So, the concept of namespace is general, and we as humans, we do it all the time too, but we don't know that's all we do. For example, if you tell a mechanic what engine is running, like what engine is running, the mechanic knows what you're talking about. When you say the same thing to the software engineer, you're probably talking about what engine. I don't understand context. And the way that they understand context is through namespaces. So if you are running something in this namespace, you understand this is what you're talking about. And if you are running that same, maybe the same name in another namespace, you are talking to another thing. So that is namespace in Linux. Now, if you know anything about Linux, you understand that every application, every program that is running is assigned a process ID. So everything that is running on a computer is a process and has a process ID. And if you know anything about Linux as well, you know that the init program that starts up the computer is assigned a process ID of 1. But I'm going to show you later how that when I run a certain program, it's going to have an ID of 1. And when I check another terminal, it's going to have the ID of 1. And it's having an ID of 1. And no program can, or your Linux tools, if they are not in any namespace, no program can be. But the computer understands that this is not value. And yeah, so that leads me to making the first. So I want to show how the context works in the Linux tools. So for and it is standing alone. It is not run in its parent process. And if I run the PID of bash right now, it's going to say wrong. But if I open another terminal, I run another terminal, right? The process of one is going to say yes, in this program, I don't understand the Linux. Now, if I on the Linux host now, on this terminal, if I run the PID of flash, it's going to return 600. 6884. But this other Andela, if I run PID.bash, it's returning 1 because it only knows that it is existing. It doesn't know what's happening outside of it. So that's the difference. It's just an environment that is secluded from the Linux host. Now, I will continue with that. Now, after this is done, now we continue with what is really now containers. So, now that we know what the interfaces are, that they stand alone. Now, when you install Docker on your Linux host, Docker, together with what Docker do on your Linux host is create a network interface called Docker 0. Now, that is, I don't know if I can point something like that. So, one of the things that Docker does is Docker it creates a network interface on that, on the Linux host, and you can see it run IP address on the Linux host. Now, once we come back to it, I just wanted to start with that. When you install Docker, it creates a network interface on the host. Now, what is the network interface? Because I don't want to just go on that everyone understands what the network interface is. But first, what's the network interface? Now, I Googled, and I saw that an interface will refer to the following. When referring to something, an interface is a program that allows the user to interact with computers and person over the network. An interface may also refer to control use in a program that allows the user to interact with it. Basically, a program that allows a computer or a user to interact with another one. So, like an outlet, a door. So, Docker have 3 types of networking. There's a node network, there's a host network, and there's a bridge network. The node network is when you create a container. The container does not, it's secluded, it's not interacting with anything, and nothing can reach it. So it's just there in the host. And then there is a host network. Host network basically means that the container is on the network of the host. So if your host IP is 192.168.5.5, you can reach the container on that same IP address on its port that is given. So it's on the host network. But the bridge network is what we are really interested in. And that's the default network that Docker uses when you run your container. So the bridge network is, like its name, it's a bridge, and the driver for that is the bridge driver. The bridge driver is really a program that is called Linux. There are a number of other networking programs like that, but bridge is like one of the popular ones. And Docker uses that, and it's default networking driver that is used. So the Docker bridge on the virtual switch on the host. Now, when you install Docker on the host, I said earlier that create a Docker interface on your host. Now, that Docker interface is created using this particular command. I can add Docker interface. It's the bridge network. Now, in the same way, it's an interface on your host, but it serves as a virtual switch on for your container. It just exists, and if you check, let me go on. I don't know if I can do this, but if you check the LocalHost network, that is so that means any container that will be created would be this IP address range. Would be this IP address range. So, going on, okay? So, it creates a switch. And if you know anything about networking, when you want to connect computers to each other, you know that you need a switch that the network computer is to use that switch to connect to it. These are cables and stuff. People that do networking will know this. But this is the virtual switch inside of your host. And this is what the container will connect to when they want to talk to each other or actually talk to the outside world. Now, when a container is running, how does Docker implement these things? Docker uses, just like in the real world, you will use a cable to connect it to the switch, and then the switch, the host of that switch will be able to communicate effectively without any access or anything. So that's how it is. Now, the way Docker does this, Docker will create a virtual switch, a virtual cable, and attach it to itself, to the container, So attach it to the container, and then it creates another virtual switch, and attach it to the Docker virtual account. It creates another cable, and attach it to the Docker switch, so they can talk to each other. They don't have the DevOps, and you will see that earlier, this Docker network is down. I don't want to switch. I don't want to zoom in because if you look very well, you see that it is down. It's currently down. Now, when you run a container, Docker run Nginx, and when you do that, what happens is if you check that, the network interface is on, and if you check at IP address, you will see something around this second picture. You see VE. This is the name of the virtual node that is attached to the Docker. And if you look very well, you see master Docker and the state is on. So it is attached to the Docker virtual switch. And then if you now execute to the container and you run IP address IP address, you will see that it now have an interface, which is the IF13. It's not a true IP. So this is the IP address that is given to the container, that is attached to the container, and there is another thing that is attached to the Docker network. Now that is how Docker implements the network on the host, and also create another one that will be attached to itself in the container. That's how it's implemented container. Now when you run Docker, what you have provided, Docker run Nginx -p AC80:80. You are asking, of course, you are saying that this container, wherever you run in this container, should be reachable if I run the IP localhost on port 80. So how does it do that? Docker uses IP tables. And IP table is essentially a front end to the back end of a one Linux module that is responsible for allowing and disallowing packets into the Linux code. So I Googled and this is what I found, and I think it's easy to understand. In the Linux operating system, the firewall is taking care of using network filter, which is the kernel module that decides what packets are allowed to come into and out of the host. IP tables are just the interface to the network. So essentially, IP tables is how you allow and disallow access to your host. So Docker uses IP tables to allow to do that. Now, the way Docker does it, the way you run Docker run -p 80 this is essentially what it runs. Like allow any traffic that is coming on 8080 on this host, please forward to this container with this IP address. And like I said earlier, the web containers are created. They are given an IP address within the IP range of the virtual switch that is on the host. So when you are running more than one containers, how does Docker do it? Basically just creates the same process of networking with a container and doing it. So there's a picture for that. So like I said earlier, the Docker whole network is a bridge network. And then it's just going to create a master cable. As you can see, PTA4 at blah blah blah, and create another one on the host. So, and Docker also creates host names for these containers. Create host names and put them in these containers such that the containers can interact with the environment. That is how you can run the Docker compose file that runs many Docker containers, and you'll be able to talk to each other just by mentioning the Docker and the container in the video. So that's how Docker runs. So yeah, I want to demo how all this works. Outside of just showing pictures and everything, I want to show them actually working. So if I run the IP address now, it's just basically going to show me the interfaces that I have on my host right now. And as you can see, I have Docker installed and it is there. So if you look at the state, it is down. It is down right now. I'm going to run the container. I'm going to run the container and check the IP address again. So I have an index, and that's why I reference Docker with D. That's why I can run Docker with just D. Now, if I run this container, I run it and execute it into it at the same time, and execute it into it at the same time. So I am inside of Oh, okay. And I execute at the same time. Now, if I go to another tab and check the IP address again, you will see that it has created the virtual suite as well as the Docker of this company. Yeah. So as you can see now, it has created a virtual table now, which is connected to the Docker network. And the Docker network, the Docker interface is on. And if I go back to the container that I'm expecting to, and I run IP address, okay, we're going to see that it has this network interface, and its IP address is this. So it is still in the range of the interface of the IP side of the Docker virtual suite. So it's creating a virtual table, connecting it to the container, and also connecting it to the Docker virtual suite to the host. So that is how Docker implements networking in a container. I don't have a Docker compose file prepared to showcase how Docker do many containers when there are more than one container. But the end scope, this is essentially how Docker implements networking. And if you can access the container by calling its IP address, for example, let me run an Nginx container, so I can call it and see that it gives me some response. If I call it's not going to give you a response because it's very server. Nginx is running right now. Now, if I check into another tab, and for my host, let me check the I'm running an Nginx container right now, and if I check on the other terminal, that Docker PS, you can see this is the Nginx terminal. Now, if let me check the IP address. No, IP is not found. This container does not have the IP utility installed, so that's why I cannot check the IP address. But essentially, if I get this IP address of this container and I and I call it, let me try my luck if I could get the IP address right. Could not resolve it. Oh, sorry. Okay, I can't get the IP address of the Nginx container right now. But if I get the IP address and I call it, I will get some response back from it, right? So essentially, that's how Docker implements networking in containers. And with that, I hope I have been able to shed some more light into how Docker containers implements networking. Thank you. You want me to explain the relationship between the Docker home virtual switch?
Yes.
And the container?
Container, exactly.
Okay, so if you know anything about networking, you know that before an host can talk to another host on the same network, they need a switch, right? They need a switch. So, for example, if this host IP address is 172.168.1.1, and that host is 172.168.1.1, they need 12.2 rather. They need something that will connect them together, and that's like they're usually an hardware device that is called switch, and then you connect a cable to this host, you connect it to that switch, you connect a cable on that host, you connect it to that switch. If then this host can now talk to that host. That's how networking is done in the physical world. Now, when it comes to networking and to container, a container is standing alone inside of the host, right? Now, how does that container have access to the internet, for example? Now, Docker creates a virtual cable and connects it to that container. That's its IP address. Now, it uses another cable and connects it to the interface on the host, which is the Docker home network. Now, with that now, since there is an interface, the virtual switch is an interface on the host. The container and the cables have already been connected from the container to the host, to the Docker home switch. The container can now reach the outside world. That is the relationship between them. Thank you.
we are used to running applications without containers. Yes, a lot of us. So what do you think is one of the biggest advantage or two we point to?
Okay. This is a very common question that when you start learning containers, they would tell you that this is the difference between, okay, there's an old way of doing things, and containerizing an application is a new way of doing things. So you really want to come from understanding how it's usually done to how you should now do it. Now, before container technology became, I think Docker came out in 2013, I guess, yeah. And before then, for a big organization, what they usually do is they create virtual machines. So you have virtual machines on a lot of hosts, and you can spin up virtual machines as much as you like and run your container in those virtual machines. But the problem with that is virtual machines it uses a lot of spaces. It uses the resources of the host. So for example, if I run a 32 gig RAM host and I create virtual machines of 2 gig RAM each, like maybe 4, it will be using the RAMs of that host, the hardware device, and it is basically reducing the efficiency of that big machine that I own. So that's how it's been done. And virtual machines are completely like container, but not like container, right? It uses another, like it's a separate thing. It's like a machine in your machine. In fact, you can create virtual machine in a virtual machine. So, and they are just using the resources of the host, but it's heavy on the compute on your host, and it's separated. It uses different. There are a lot of terminologies there. It uses its own hypervisor and all of those things. But what container is using the resource of the host, without using the resource of the host. I don't know if that makes sense. I'll explain. When you, like I said here now, when you run a container, it doesn't have its own RAM. For example, now if you run a virtual machine, it has its own RAM, and that's 2 gig RAM that you've given it when you spun it up. But when you run a container, it doesn't have its own RAM. It's just using a piece of the resources of its host, and it's very light. It's not heavy like it's not heavy like the virtual machines. And one more advantage now is that you can now run as many containers on your host as possible without using huge resources on the hardware. And now that we now have container orchestrators like Kubernetes and stuff, you can run as many applications as possible on a single host because it doesn't take much space from your host. I hope that is enough.
Thank you very much, Okwe. I think that will be all the questions for now. You feel free to link up with Okwe after today's service. You can link up. I think his Twitter handle is also there. You can DM him, and I'm sure he would be available to answer your questions. Please, let's clap for Okwe once again. Clap if you are clapping now. Oh, never chow. Looks like I'm Santa Claus in this place, so there's another giveaway again. I think now I want to give my first 50 USD to one random person. Like I said the last time, it will be random and it will be at my discretion. At least I know who I'm not giving. I know people that I will not be giving anything today. I've seen 4 here, I've seen 8 here, I've seen like 4 here also. Them they play game. Sir, what's your name? Hello, what's your name? Maureen, nice to meet you, Maureen. Maureen will be taking our first 50 USD gift card. Ask me why. When I mentioned gift card, she was excited. So our excitement is giving her the AWS credit, sorry, not gift card. Let's clap for her now. So after today's service, please meet brother. Who should I? Okay, meet Mr. David there at the back. it would give you your 50 USD. Also, one of our sponsors, apparently some of my friends are watching online, are giving me updates. So apparently one of our sponsors, IntoSwitch, has some merch for us, but we have to do two things. One is to go to this website here and join the developer community. Just like basically go to the website, click on the developer community, and join the Slack channel. You can do it now, then I would tell you when to go and get the merch at the back. That's number one criteria. Number two is you have to download the QuickTeller app and register and promise to use it. So they don't just want to count download, they want to count actual usage. So every time you are seeing the merch, you will know why you have this merch. It's very simple. It's less, I have joined though. Please keep my own. Did they hear me? So hello, good evening, sir. Okay, thank you. I have joined, I've done the two. Thank you. Right about now, we are having our next speakers. We have two speakers for this session. One person will be joining remotely, while the other person would be here physically. So let me just introduce them. So I'll start with who is here. We have Asiya Unisa. I hope I got that correctly. Okay. Asiya Unisa is a DevOps engineer at IntoSwitch Group. She's currently researching and implementing methods and best practices in developing and designing efficient software delivery processes, which includes implementing OPA in enterprise environments for on-prem and cloud infrastructure. Can we clap for Asiya as she comes up? We also have Abdul Basit Kabir. Abdul Basit is a creative problem solver working with one of the largest digital payment providers in Africa. He has various roles being involved in evolving and streamlining efficient development and delivery of multiple software solutions. He's a co-organizer of a DevOps community here in Nigeria. Abdul Basit is also a speaker on software delivery, best practices and automation at meetups and conferences. So if you have meetups and you need a speaker, Abdul Basit is your guy, but he's not here today. He's joining us remotely. Clap if you're clapping now, guys. I might just give my next 50 USD during that presentation. So if I were you, I'll just go around, I'll just say, this guy, they take notes, collect 50. For those that are just joining, I said it earlier, 3 people will leave here with 10,000 naira each at the end of today's service. You just have to answer a few questions. Thank you very much, guys.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So, as he has introduced, I'm Asia from IntoSwitch. I'm a DevOps engineer at IntoSwitch. I work with the developers to kind of make their software delivery process efficient and compliant, should I say. So today we're going to be discussing implementing OPA in continuous delivery pipelines. I'll be discussing this with Abdul Basit. He would introduce himself soon. So, Abdul Basit, please go ahead. No, I've already done my introduction. You can go on. So what adversity is has anyone come across a document like this which is supposed to be used for implementing policies or for sharing policy knowledge in your organization? Okay, so no one has. Okay, yeah, no one has that. Okay, you have. Okay, second someone to raise their hands up. So yeah, some people have this in their organizations where they use the documents to kind of share what policies are supposed to be implemented in an organization for software delivery. So adversity can go on. Okay, thank you very much, Observability. I just want to get an idea of if everyone understood what OPA does and how it can be used. Or let me just get an idea. Just raise your hands if you understood what OPA does. Okay, so I would have expected that. So what Observability explained is that OPA is a policy engine that takes in inputs and evaluates it against a policy. So your policy is saved on the OPA server, and then you send an input from your service. So your service can be Kubernetes, it can be Spinnaker, it can be Docker. It takes the inputs and then it evaluates it against the policy. So for Kubernetes, an example could be if you want to deploy an ingress, which I will demonstrate, and you want the ingress, like your company policy states that, okay, your ingresses should only be www.example.com. And someone comes and says, okay, they want to deploy www.test.com. The policy will not allow that ingress to be deployed. So basically, the policy on OPA would not allow the ingress to be deployed. That's what we're going to explain in a bit. So when you're going through your continuous delivery process, your first step is where you commit. So for committing, you can set up, let's say, policies to check if your Terraform files, like if you're working with Terraform and you're trying to commit to your repository, you can check and say if this Terraform file contains any null resource, then fail the Terraform plan, fail the Terraform apply, don't deploy the resource. You can also check your manifest, your Kubernetes manifest for, let's say, what kind of resource is being deployed, who is deploying the resource, what if labels have been applied on the resource, and what namespace that resource is going to. So if you only allow developers to deploy to the dev namespace and a developer is trying to apply or deploy to the, let's say, production namespace, then you would block that deployment. So you can also use it for Docker files to use compliance-based images. And then you can also set that no UAT parameters should be used in production, like in a production manifest. So that's it, please, the next slide. So when it comes to implementing this, at InterSwitch, what we use conf test. So conf test is kind of a child project of OPA. So what it does is, it is the engine, or it's the tool that would check your config files, it will check everything, and then if you set your policy and it sees that any policy any manifest doesn't have the proper values, then it would fail that your plan, your commit, it won't allow you to merge your pull requests. So from the diagram, we can see that the developer pushes their code to their repository. Then the repo, there will be a webhook configuration done, which would allow the repository to send that configuration file or the manifest file details to the contest server. And then contest will now make a decision and say, okay, this configuration is not, it doesn't go with the policy that we've set. And then it would send back a deny or an allow, depending on how the configuration file has been written. So the next slide. So the next step is in build and testing. So for each of these stages, you are definitely going to be using different tools or different applications. So for build and testing, let's say an application like Spinnaker. You set up your pipelines, and then you have, let's just wait for this to come back up. Let me share this from my screen. So can I get an idea of anyone that uses, let's say, Spinnaker in their organization for continuous delivery? Like the Spinnaker application. Okay, so if you can raise your hands up. Okay, so you use Spinnaker. So you know that when you're trying to set up your pipelines and add stages to your pipelines, there are cases where you can create a stage and name it, let's say, a regression stage. And you can just put it as a wait stage. So basically, the pipeline would show as if you have run a regression test on your application, on your code, but then nothing has been run. It was just like a dummy stage. So with the policies that you can set on Spinnaker, you can check the type of stages that are being saved, I would demo all of this so you can see it. You can check the type of stages that are being saved, and also check what the naming of the pipelines are. You can check if the pipeline contains 45 scans, if like security scans, quality scans. You can ensure that every single one of your pipelines meets a particular standard. So you can also check that QA engineers sign off on production builds. The pipeline must run security and quality scans, and the build artifacts must not contain any vulnerable dependencies. So for the build artifacts, you can, when you set your 45 scan, you can set a policy to say if this scan doesn't pass on the server, if it doesn't pass the security scan, then don't allow this deployment to go ahead. So this is an example of how you can use Spinnaker. So Spinnaker sends your continuous delivery tool would send the input to the OPA server. The OPA server would evaluate that pipeline with the policy that you have stored on the server, and then it sends back a policy decision to the service. So then the service will now decide, okay, am I going to allow this pipeline to be saved? Am I going to allow this pipeline to be run, or will I just deny it? So you can also set how your pipelines should be named. So that's very, like in a case where you would like to audit your pipelines and make sure that everything is up to standard, you can set that every pipeline should be named either dev or development. So when you're trying to, let's say, get the data, it will be easier for you to have an idea of what is going on in all your dev pipelines. So for the deployment checks, this is mostly, should I say, pertaining to Kubernetes. So you can, as I explained earlier, you can set policies that check if your deployments are going to the correct namespace, if your deployments, if the person that's even deploying it is authorized to make that deployment. And to do this, we use a tool called OPA Gatekeeper. So this is another child project of OPA. It's the same thing as OPA, but it's kind of customized to Kubernetes usage. So you can require specific labels on resources. You can require that the container images come from a specific repository, and you can even set resource limits. So one issue with setting resource limits is sometimes people set higher, they'll request higher resources than they need. So let's say the CPU and memory gig, they'll request like a very high number, and then that can cause like resource issues on your cluster. So to solve that, you can just use the OPA Gatekeeper to limit how much resources people can request. So all of this tied together is just trying to make the continuous delivery process easy. Like in a way that you don't have to go to people and tell them that this is how you have to make your pipeline, this is how your pipeline should look, these are the stages that should be included in your pipeline. It makes it much easier, and especially when we're talking about building to scale. When you start with the idea that in the future my company is going to have thousands of pipelines, you want it to be that once people are creating the pipelines, they are creating it in a particular way. In the future, you're not coming back to say, oh, this is how we created the pipeline in 2010 or 2020. So everyone creates it in the way that it's meant to be created. So I've put some links to the project. So you have Atlantis, Comtest, and Open Policy Agent. So you can just read up on that. I would share the slides. So I'm just going to demo now how we get all this done at InterSwitch. So let me just get this out. Okay. So this demo is going to be on the OPA Gatekeeper. So here we have as Abdulbasit explained at the beginning of the session, you have a policy document that states what can be done in your pipeline. So here the policy, you have to save it in, okay, no problem. Okay, so here the policy, you save it in, I think one important thing that maybe it didn't come across at the beginning was that the policies are written in Rego language. So Rego language is kind of like, I don't know if anyone has heard of Rego language. Okay. So Rego language is, let's just say, programming language or something. So you can use it to create your policies, store them on the server, and the OPA server would evaluate those policies. So first step for every policy is you define your package, which is where your policy would be stored. Then you can import some functions from OPA. They have like a list of functions that they have in their library. Then here we're defining a variable, operations. So that operations variable is going to have the values create and update, or create or update. And then we define the policy. So here where you see the deny message. So where you see the deny message, which is here, is where we define the policy. So what we're stating is that when the server gets an input, it should pass through the file, which also the file is always a JSON file that the server is going to evaluate. So it should pass through that JSON file, search for the request object, or the request key or request object, then search for the kind object, and search for the kind of resource that's trying to be deployed on the cluster. So anytime it sees that the resource is an ingress, it should go back to these operations that we specified here. So if the operation is to create or update, it should check the host value of that manifest file, or of the JSON inputs that it has gotten. So it should check the host value, and if that host value doesn't match the FQDN, that's the method that you have defined here, which lists some hosts that are examples, then it should deny that the creation or the updating of that resource. So you should deny it with the message that it's an invalid ingress host on the AKS cluster, and it should specify the host name. So here you can see that we've defined the valid ingress host as example, anything.example.interswitch.com. So we'll just go to the terminal, and then let me go a bit further. So here we can see our manifest file. So we can see that it's of kind ingress, and the host is test.example.com. So if you try to apply this resource, you run your kubectl apply -f, then the demo ingress.yaml, which is the YAML file, you get an error that says the invalid ingress host test.example.com, because what we specified for the policy is that it should be anything.example.interswitch.com. So once we fix that up, first we come here, we just add the appropriate value for the host name. And we try to apply again. So you'd see that the ingress was created. So our ingress host value is compliant with the policy, so we don't have any issues there. So this way you reduce security risk. There's no issue of getting ingresses that are just exposed and you might not even know of. Maybe someone created by mistake, they forgot to delete, and that exposes your cluster. So that's the demo for the OPA gatekeeper. The next demo I have is for Spinnaker. So for this Spinnaker demo, we would see that, I'll go to the UI very soon. We'll see that we're saving our policy in a package as usual. And then we are trying to deny that. We're trying to say anytime someone comes to the pipeline and says, okay, I want to create a stage. I've created this stage, the 45 scan stage, but if my scan should fail, I don't want my pipeline to fail. I want the deployments to be successful. That's not very ideal, because if your security scan fails, that means there's something wrong with your code. If your quality scan fails, there's something wrong with your code. Even if your image build fails, there's definitely something wrong with your code. Or there's something wrong with the job anyways. So we've set it that if this value, continue pipeline, on your Spinnaker pipeline is set to true, then deny. Just tell the person that no stage failure should be ignored. All your stages should pass, and all your stages should be successful. Then we also said that you should deny any pipeline that doesn't have a 45 scan stage. So you set it to count the number of stages. If the number of stages in a pipeline is greater than 0, and that pipeline is named development or starts with development, then check for a stage. So we created a variable, which is 45 scan. We assigned it to the input value of stages.type. So it's going to check all the stages and check for the stage that has type 45 scan and assign it to this variable. So we want to get the count of that variable. If there is one 45 scan stage or multiple, you are trying to get the count. If the count is equals to 0, you deny your pipeline from saving or from executing. So we want the counts to be 1 or above. Although ideally it should be equals to 0 or less than 1. Or less than 2, sorry, not 1. So we'll just go to the Spinnaker UI. Okay. And here we have a demo application, and you can see the pipeline name is development. So what we said is that if my pipeline name is development, come and check it anytime I'm trying to save it, anytime I'm trying to execute it, check it and see if I have my 45 scan stage, and check it and make sure that none of my stages fail and the pipeline is successful. So we set the type. We're just going to add a wait stage to test out the 45 scan stage policy. So if you can see at the bottom here, it's giving a saving error. So it's giving an error that there was an error saving your pipeline. The pipeline validation it has denied it because there's no 45 scan stage. So once you add your stage and you try to save again, you just add a dummy ID, so just for test. So you try to save again, then you see that your pipeline was allowed to be saved. This would also be true if you're trying to execute the pipeline. So we've also selected that if this stage fails, then ignore the failure and continue with the rest of the pipeline. So we obviously don't want that. So we're going to test that and see. So you see again a pipeline validation message is telling you that your stage failure shouldn't be ignored. So when you just select that, when your stage should fail, you should hold the entire pipeline. Then you'll be fine with your pipeline. So that brings me to the end of my talk. I really hope at least I channeled some knowledge today.
Thank you very much, Sia. Do we have questions? We can only take 3 questions. 1, 2. Okay, 2 is fine then. Let me start from here.
Good day, everyone.
Hello.
So I wanted to get clarified on the difference between OPA and admission controllers when it comes to Kubernetes.
Okay, so exactly, I actually forgot to mention that. So OPA acts as an admission controller on a Kubernetes cluster. The only difference is that when you're working into admission controllers, they only check when the resource is being created. So it doesn't check after the resource is being created, which is what I went through the documentation and I saw. It doesn't check what resources are existing on the on the cluster already. When you're working with gatekeeper, it keeps checking. So even if there's a resource currently on the cluster that isn't compliant, then it will alert to that. So that's the difference between that.
Thank you very much. That was good.
Any other question? Okay.
So, good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
I'm Precious by name. I want to ask, is there any way I can use open source policy agent to check if an AWS Amazon machine image is available or not?
It's available like in a configuration or something like that.
What do you say?
In the configuration, sorry. Yeah, definitely. Like I know you can implement OPA with different applications, so AWS should be a part of it.
Okay, thank you. Last question.
So my question is not technical, it's about the organization. If you just employ new engineer at InterSwitch, maybe a trainee now, how long will it take for the person to be a mature DevOps engineer?
Sorry, can you come again? If you just employed
Life cycle for somebody to become a DevOps engineer.
That depends on how much you want to learn, how much you're going to immerse yourself in the whole, organizational learning and stuff like that. If you're ready to learn, you're ready to pick up a lot of things, then I think InterSwitch is a very good place to, start and do that. But you can also you can also go to our booth and find out more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. A round of applause for Isia once again. Thank you very much. So I think we have a message from one of our sponsors. I think that we have a video from Andela. Let's sharply watch it, and after now we'll go on a break. Now you can go to the InterSwitch booth and show them that you have Quick Teller and promise them that you will use it, and you get using is more important. Not be by download. You have to use it, so you have to promise them and swear. Because I've seen the merch. It's a quality merch, so your swear has to be solid that you will comply. Thank you. I'm also in the mood to give out another $50 AWS gift card, but I don't know how to go about it yet. So start smiling. I might just pick the best smile. Actually, smile. You can smile. No, you can smile. Speak. Who in the audience was first to come to this event? You are getting the next one. Talk to David. He would provide you with. This is InterSwitch, right? So I think we would get the video later, but our sponsors, Andela, would like to let you know that they are always hiring. So if you are DevOps and you think you are good, please feel free to go to their website and try to join. Also, guys, our hashtag, I think I was supposed to have mentioned it since, but I skipped me. We have roll-up banners outside that you can take pictures and tag us, and also the hashtag is LocalHost Meetup. Hashtag LocalHost Meetup. Also hashtag building to scale. It will be on the board sometime later. Now we have like a 10 minutes break. You can go to the InterSwitch booth and get your merch, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much, guys. You can also introduce yourself to people that just came here. I might just ask you who you spoke to, where they work, and their name. You might just be the next person to get my 50 USD AWS gift card. Hi guys. Sorry, excuse me. Hi guys. A minute, please. The hashtag for the event is on the board. Feel free to post pictures and drop tweets on Twitter and even on Instagram. The hashtag is on the board. Thank you very much. We have less than 5 minutes to reconverge. Don't forget to introduce yourself to someone. I would ask questions. You might just get the next AWS credit.
My name is Rizwan and I am senior software test engineer working and living in Lahore, Pakistan. Andela discovered me through their talent network and matched me to my dream job. Andela finds the perfect role for you. Thank you, Andela. My name is Rizwan and I am senior software test engineer working and living in Lahore, Pakistan. Andela discovered me through their talent network and matched me to my dream job. Andela finds the perfect role for you. Thank you, Andela. My name is Rizwan and I am senior software test engineer working and living in Lahore, Pakistan. Andela discovered me through their talent network and matched me to my dream job. Andela finds the perfect role for you. Thank you, Andela. My name is Rizwan and I am senior software test engineer working and living in Lahore, Pakistan. Andela discovered me through their talent network and matched me to my dream job. Andela finds the perfect role for you. Thank you, Andela. My name is Rizwan and I am senior software test engineer working and living in Lahore, Pakistan. Andela discovered me through network and matched me to
Let's all come back to our seats. Thank you. We will come back after service to get the merch. Okay now. Hello guys. Let's all go back to our seats. I am sure there is enough merch to go around. It came in a container. It will reach everybody in Jesus' name. Let's all go back to our seats. We can come back for the merch. Guys, let's go back to our seats, please. We will come back for it. We will come back for this. We will come back for the merch. Thank you. Her name is Maureen. Don't mention. Let's come back to our seats, please, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There is medium, there is large, there is extra large. It's available. Don't worry. Your size D. Your size D. Your size D. Guys, please, let's come back to our seats. So, no need to pitch. It's okay. It's okay. Better will be seated. It's okay. I will be naming names. Ayo, it's okay. Stop pitching. Stop sharing your CV. Your sizes are available, but after the service, you would get it. It has finished. The fact that you don't know. Okay. Okay, guys, let's go back to our seats. Thank you. I will be giving out. Let's go back to our seats, please. After service, you would get it. Hope you remember the name of the person you networked with. I have 100 USD giveaway now. It's like I will be pursuing people to their seats. Chief, go to your seats. I will start pursuing people to their seats. Thank you, boss. Go to your seats. Thank you. I will start pursuing people to their seats. Joseph, go to your seat. I will start naming names. Make sure you are on your seat. Oh. Your giveaway might just be under your seat. You will not know. Your giveaway might just be under your seat. You will not know. If I were you, I will go back to my seat. Oh. Where are these people now? Okay, let's start. hello, good afternoon. It's not playing here. They're trying to check the sound. While they check the sound, I have another 50 or 100 USD AWS gift card that I want to give away. Oh, yeah, you take. Do you want it? Do you want it? Okay, okay. She came. Reach out to David. Yeah. Okay, now I have one. I still have 100 USD left. Who are these guys? I still have like 100 USD left. If I were you, I'll be excited. Be excited now. I gave her 50 for being excited. Though. Yeah, I cannot. Yeah, you're not even happy. So, who did you speak with? Who did you introduce yourself to? What's his name? No, ask him. What's his name? What's your name, Chief? Emmanuel. Where does he work? You don't know where he works. He lost 50 USD. Yeah. Why I go ask you? Who should I ask? No, I will not ask you. You pick who you know. You know people here. So who did you talk to? You start together. Start together. I don't want to give you. I don't like your face. Who did you talk to? What was her name? Queen. Is there a queen in the building? Is you okay? Where does she work? Eh? Sorry, where do you work, Queen? Great pal. Thank you very much. You have 50 USD. Thank you, thank you. I still have 50. Oh. Who should I give? I don't want to ask question again. Who be you? Okay, guys, I think the video is up now. We need volume, please. Guys, one house, please. One house, guys. One house, guys. Okay, are we starting it again? The video is just 19 seconds and it's on YouTube. Maybe we'll share the URL. Thanks. Okay, right about now we have our third speaker. She's been waiting to give us our own speech. Let me start by introducing one house, guys. Hello. I will take it back. I'm not giving it to you. So we have Ibukun Itimi. She's a DevOps and observability engineer. She has spent most of her career working with clap now. She has spent most of her career working with engineering and product teams to gain visibility into systems performance, reliability, while building and scaling teams, driving and being an advocate to prioritizing the DevOps and observability culture in the organization she has worked with. With a warm welcome and a loud round of applause, let's welcome Ibukun Itimi. If you are clapping, clap now. I still have 50 USD. I'm going to carry and go outside.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing now? I know that's right.
You guys should answer now.
So I'm really happy to be here today. Thank you to the organizers of this event. My name is Ibukun. I work at Paystack and I lead the observability team. I'll be telling you a bit about like what I do and like what it's all about. My talk is titled Beyond the Four Golden Signals, and let's get into it. So basically, observability is building systems that you understand, building them in a way that they can let you know what's going on. So when you run or you deploy a service, you need to kind of understand the inner workings of that service, like what is it talking to, what is its performance, what is going on within the service, what requests is it receiving, and how is it responding to them. And observability just helps you to understand this about the services and the infrastructure that you're building. Observability has 3 pillars. You have your metrics, and metrics are just like data points that you can like perform statistical analytics on. So if you have something like CPU usage, you can check the percentile, you can check like the percentage of CPU that's being used. If you have error rates as well, you can do the same. If you have latency, so basically like statistics, like you can do averages, you can check percentiles, you can check the sum, the max. So basically data that you bring together and then you do this statistical analysis on so that you understand what's going on within your system. The next thing is logs. And logs are basically just like a text representation of what's going on. If your service receives a request, you can log that. If it sends out a response, you can log that. If you're running infrastructure, like the first speaker showed us, like Nginx also has like access logs to tell you, what request has it been receiving. So logs just show you what exactly is going on within your system. And then the next thing is traces. So we're building systems now, and usually like when you build a service, it talks to so many other things. It talks to different services, it talks to different infrastructure, it talks to your database. And your traces just show you the life cycles of the requests that are coming into your system. So if request A comes into your system and it goes to your database, S3, goes to another service, you're able to kind of see that on a graph and kind of understand what is going on with the requests within your system. So these 3 things, when used together properly, give you like really high visibility, which is why they are called the observability pillars. And then that brings us to like what we're talking about today, like the 4 golden signals. And the 4 golden signals are basically different types of metrics that you can use to understand what happens within your system. And according to Google, who are like the founders of SRE, these 4 golden signals are like give you very high visibility into your system, right? So the first is errors. You want to understand, is your system responding the way it's supposed to respond? So you can calculate your errors, your error rates to see that, okay, my error rate is not too high. I'm not giving out too many errors to people who are relying on my service. The next is saturation. And saturation is just how utilized are the resources on your infrastructure. So for instance, if you have like CPU usage, memory usage, those are things you're just like trying to measure how much of those resources are being used so that you don't max out on them. The next is latency. And latency is just like how quickly are you responding to users that are relying on your service or that are calling your service. And the last is throughput. So throughput is like traffic. How much requests are you getting into your system? And the reason why you want to measure that is because you want to make sure that like the traffic is sensible enough for your infrastructure to handle, right? So if you have these 4 golden signals, the idea is that you have like good enough visibility into your system. But then I want to talk about like what the limitations of these like signals are and how you can extend them. Now, like this is great if you're just starting out observability and you don't understand, a lot about it. You want to start from the basics. So this is kind of, I've just implemented observability and I have these things, but then how do you go beyond that, right? So what are the limitations of the 4 golden signals? First of all, like it's very engineering focused. Everything I've said today is about latency, error rate, CPU usage. Like these things are very focused on the engineering part of how a service works. But in reality, for instance, at Paystack, we're not an engineering or a technology company, we're a fintech. So we want to understand how Paystack works. We want to understand, how our merchants are doing, how our merchants' customers are doing, right? But then when we focus on the 4 golden signals, we miss out on that part of like understanding how Paystack is performing. Which brings me to my next point, like missing product observability. So again, like you're focusing on the infrastructure, you're focusing on, the engineering part of things, but does this really tell you that if my CPU usage is high, it doesn't necessarily mean that people can't pay on Paystack, right? So I want to understand exactly when people cannot pay, what types of merchants are being affected, what countries are being affected, but then the 4 golden signals don't give you this. And then increased mean time to resolve. Now, mean time to resolve is one of the key metrics that we track with like observability and incident response. And what it basically means is like how quickly do we get our services back up when there's a problem. Now, if I get an alert to tell me that my CPU usage is high, or for instance, let me say my error rate is high on a service, and that service houses like 10 products, right? It means that I'm going to take my time to go through each of those 10 products to find what exactly is causing error rate to be high. So it means like, instead of me getting an alert to say, oh, transfers error rate is high, I'm just getting like this service's error rate is high, and then I now have to start checking. So it's going to take me a longer time to get that service back up, right? And then what this means, like ultimately, is that you're hampering the observability culture. And what is the observability culture? Observability includes everybody: your PMs, your engineering managers, your key accounts, your customer success. Because everybody works together and everybody works on this product, so everybody needs to understand how the product is performing. But if your metrics are very engineering focused, then your PM is not going to come and start measuring latency with you. Your PM is not going to come and start asking you that, oh, the disk IO utilization, how is it? Like they don't care about those things. They care about the product. But then when you isolate or when you rely too much on only the 4 golden signals, then you isolate observability to only engineering, and that hampers the observability culture. So if you look at this now, so we have like monoliths and then we have microservice architectures, right? So for instance, if I got an alert to say high error rate for like something within my business logic, you can see how this is very abstract. It doesn't really give me an idea of exactly what is going on within my system. Yes, I know that there's a problem with latency. I know that there's a problem with error rates, but then it's very like, it's just information that you now have to go and dig in, to understand, rather than surfacing the information that you really want to know, which is how is my product performing. So optimizing observability metrics just means combining these 4 golden signals and then also defining your own product metrics. And these product metrics are now what help you to understand like the product that you have, which is really the most important thing. Like you really want to understand the product so that you can make informed decisions, so that you can make improvements, you can have like optimizations, and you can also inform business decisions as well. Because data from observability teams or observability tools are also very useful for people who, for instance, are talking to your partner. So we Paystack, we have partners that process payments for us, and like banks and all of that, right? We want to be able to go to the bank and say, hey guys, like this is how you guys responded to us. These were the endpoints that were affected. But then, so these product metrics are, what help you to be able to do that. To say, for this request came, from this merchant and went to this bank, right? You need to add that product context to your observability tools to be able to get the information that you need. So basically, when you're defining your product metrics, you're asking yourself, like, how should my product work, right? So a lot of times, like the PMs are the ones who have this information. So you're talking to your PMs to say, what are the success metrics for this product? What are the most critical things that we should be looking at? In what cases can we say that this product, is working optimally or is not? In what ways can my product fail as well? So you want to know if X happens, then this is a serious problem, right? And then what signals can alert me of failure? So what are the metrics that we should be tracking specifically? And then finally, you want to also know that when should I be made aware of this failure? Now, the reason why this is important is because, like, as a DevOps engineer, when you're talking to, PMs, or you're talking to people who are in charge of the products, and you're asking them all of these questions, they're going to be telling you that, oh, we want our TPV, like our total process volume, something like that, to be X amount, or we want, they're talking in terms of like business, right? And it's fine to get all of these metrics. See later on the dashboard, it's fine, but then leading metrics are things that we need to know immediately because like somebody needs to act on it. Now, if you look at the difference between the first charts that we showed and then this diagram. So for the business logic, we have high transaction error rate. So we know that the problem is transactions, we can go immediately. We have high charge latency, we have high refund query. Like these are very specific things that you can understand about your service and your product. And even with your PMs, like if your PM sees high transaction error rates, they know exactly what is going on. If you've gone even further to say this is the processor that's been affected, they know exactly who to call, on the other side to know, oh, hey guys, like what's going on with your service? We're experiencing, these errors from you guys' requests. So it basically just helps you to understand your product in a very detailed way that helps both you as DevOps, engineers, and even beyond the engineering teams to act on issues. So how can you get these product metrics? Now, depending on the observability tool that you're using, different tools implement these in different ways. And that's one of the things that going into observability you should be thinking about, right? So if you find a tool that says, oh, we'll give you some default metrics, that's great. Yeah, we'll use your error rates, we'll use your latency metrics. But then you want to be able to add your context, right? So you need to be looking for things that you can customize so that you can add, what really matters to you and what really matters to the business. So the first way you can do this is by defining custom metrics. And basically, the way you have an error rate or latency metric, you can have a metric for X processor latency or X country, right? So for instance, like we paste that we have Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and we want to understand how Kenyan merchants are doing. We can define a metric to say this is the latency for Kenyan merchants, and then we can act on that, right? So depending on the tool that you're using, this is just like a snippet from Datadog. You define your metric, and then you can visualize this, right? And what this means is that on a dashboard, you can see, how these custom metrics are doing. You can have monitors created for them, so you can be alerted on them. So anything that you can do with metrics that the defaults that your tools give you, you're going to be able to do for your custom metrics. Next is generating metrics and alerts from logs. Now, when you have your logs, you can collate that as well, and then you can create a metric from that. So for instance, this is Nginx, and if you can say, oh, I want to get the request duration for Nginx, or I want to get the error rates for stuff that come for requests that come into my Nginx. So basically just collating your logs and defining metrics on them. Now this is Nginx, but it could easily be anything, right? It could be if you have an e-commerce product, you can define latency for your checkout. You can define, maybe if people are adding to carts, if there are any errors there, you can group your logs there and then maybe do a count of how many errors am I getting versus how many requests have I gotten, and then get a percentage of that. And then the last thing is tagging traces with product tags. Now I've talked about how your traces are a life cycle of your request, right? Now you can also add custom tags. So in this case, we want to add the customer ID tag to every trace. And what that means is that if I get a request, I know the customer ID, and I can do my analytics on that. Now when you go into your tool, you have your trace and you have your ID here. So it means that if I want to see every request that this customer ID is attached to, I can filter by that. So for instance, we can do this for country. We can filter all our requests by country and then use that to get a picture of what is going on for merchants in that country. We can do it by processor, for instance, and then we can see how many processors, or how are the requests from this processor doing. Basically, anything that matters to your business, you can tag your traces with, so that you understand both the business aspects and then product aspect, and then the engineering aspects as well. So this just brings everything together, because yes, you're relying on your engineering metrics, but you've extended it with your product, tags, so that you understand how these engineering metrics really affect the products. And then this is now very helpful because you can, when you're mobilizing engineers, when you send out alerts, they know exactly where to go, they know exactly who is being affected, and they can take very quick decisions based on the information that you're sending out. So now, how do you kind of get started with this observability, and then now extending the four golden signals to include product metrics? First of all, leverage your observability tools. It doesn't have to be Datadog. Prometheus gives you the option to do this as well, to define your custom metrics. And then that's open source, that's free. So when you're looking at what observability tools should I use for my service or for my organization, you should be looking at one, how do I have like default things? Do I have like APM? Do I have possibly like logs? Do I have traces? Do I have all these things combined in one? And then can I extend it beyond the offering that this company is giving me? I think for me, like that's one of the things that is most important for me when I'm considering observability tools. Then again, it starts with 4 golden signals. As I've said, like we paste that like it has taken us years to get to this. There was a time when all we got was like error rates and latency, and we relied on that. But that shouldn't hamper you because it's better to start with something that have nothing at all, right? So it's easy to configure APM, and then the next minute you usually have your metrics on your tool, right? So start with that, and then you can take a step further to extend it later, and then demonstrate the value of product metrics. Now, for you to get a lot of this information, you're going to be working with teams that are outside of engineering, and sometimes it's difficult to get like PMs to prioritize the work, right? Like you can talk to your PM and say, oh, like this thing is very important, blah blah blah, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, we get you, but then towards the middle of the quarter, something comes up, they prioritize, and then you don't get your product metrics. So one of the things that I like to do is to find a team that is willing. So I just go and partner with them and say, hey guys, like we have this thing, like if you implement this, we'll be able to see X, Y, Z. And then when we do that, we show the other teams and we're like, see this team, they have this is what they understand, these are the types of metrics that you're getting. And then over time, you have people now coming to come and meet us to say, oh hey guys, like we want to implement these metrics, how do we go about it, right? So instead of overwhelming yourself, trying to get everybody on board, just find a team that's willing to work with you, and then use that to demonstrate the value of product metrics. So that way, you help like other like non-engineering teams kind of prioritize the work that you're interested in. And then after that, just like continuously preach the gospel of observability. Your product is going to continuously like be growing, it's going to continuously be changing. And with that, you need to change your metrics, or you need to update your metrics, or the things that you care about to change. So just making sure that as the product is growing, observability is growing with it. And as DevOps engineers, SREs, observability engineers, you're basically the custodians of these tools and this data. And it's really our role to like help the company continue to grow observability-wise. So just continue to preach the gospel, let people continue to see like the value of what you're doing, so that they can continue to be on board. And yeah, that brings me to the end of my talk. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. So you can connect with me on Twitter or LinkedIn.
Thank you very much, Sibokun. You can connect with her on Twitter. Questions? We are taking 3 questions. Nobody will ask questions. And they fear me. They fear me now.
Okay, just a quick question. What tools do you use to deliver these processes you mentioned above? So which do you advise us to use? Because I know there are many tools. There are many tools out there, so what do you use to deliver these processes?
Okay. So currently at Paystack, we use Datadog to collect our metrics. But then I also understand that like not many startups, want to spend a lot of money on observability. There are open source tools like Prometheus. I think Elasticsearch also now has their own APM offering that gives you, they have logs already on Kibana, right? So they also now give you APM as well, which will give you some of these metrics that I talked about today. I think ultimately, like, there are many tools out there, many offerings. When I think about tooling, I think about just like, one, how do you have the team or the manpower to like maintain the tools that you're using? So while a lot of people lean towards like open source, you have to think about, do I really have the engineers to, manage every single part of this infrastructure? You also think about cost as well. Yes, do I have every single, do I have engineers to manage everything? Or do I also have the money to pay for like a managed service, right? So you have to like just put all these things into consideration. And then most importantly, can I extend this tool beyond like what, they are offering, like their default offerings? If you find something that, ticks all those boxes, then by all means, like use that. And then also like observability is kind of moving towards like vendor agnostic implementations. And what that means is that you want to kind of be able to switch between vendors very easily. So in like what I showed you here, like a lot of this goes into like, there's Datadog instrumentation that you're going to add into your code, right? It means that if you wanted to switch between Datadog and like move to another vendor, you're going to have to do a lot of coding. But then we have now like open telemetry and open tracing that just gives you, you know, very like not vendor attached code that you can put, you know, and then anytime you want to switch, you can switch, you know, without kind of having to do a lot of overhauling of your code. So that's one way to go, so that, you know, if you find a vendor today, you know, that works now, if they don't work tomorrow, you can easily, you know, switch over to another vendor. So I think, yeah, think about like cost, maintenance, think about, you know, being able to extend, and then use that kind of rate the tools that are available in the market, and then you can make a decision based on that.
Thank you. You have a question?
Yeah. Thank you, Buku. That was a good delivery. So my question is leaning towards that part of extendability. I know with open source, when you are using a combination of Logstash, Grafana, Elasticsearch, and probably visualizing with maybe Grafana or anything, you have a complete control, which means you can tweak it in the direction that you want. But when it comes to the APM suites, when you are talking of Datadog, Dynatrace, which one do you think is easily, because the major consideration, as you have said, is the skilled manpower. If somebody that has a particular skill when you're using open source should leave the organization, maintaining it becomes a problem. But if you're not using one of these APM suites, which one do you think is easily extendable? Which means that transferring skill on such platform is easier because it's a suite that you can easily, probably check online or probably consult your OEM to even pass the skill to other people, which means that the retention is longer. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a good question. So I think really, like, I don't want to like promote any specific tool just because I know different things work for different people, right? As I've mentioned, like we use Datadog and we switched to Datadog like a few years ago. We're using New Relic. And the reason why we switched to Datadog was just because of like being able to add our own custom stuff, right? I think if you're looking at going for a managed service or like an enterprise service, think about one, like how extensive is their documentation? Because a lot of things you want to be able to like get easily from documentation. If your engineers have access to that, somebody new can kind of come up, you know, and take on existing like infrastructure, right? So you think about that. You think about their support as well, because we Paystack, like we are usually like large scale customers for like these enterprise tools. So one of the things that we do when we negotiate our contracts is actually negotiate our support times as well. So we want to make sure that they respond to us really quickly, or we have an account manager, you know, that we can easily reach out to that can help us prioritize our requests. So that's another thing that also makes it easy for us, because like with Datadog, we have somebody who we email and then, you know, they will get on a call with us and then they will help us out. And this can easily be with like any vendor. We work with, you know, different vendors. We work with Splunk. We do the same thing with Splunk. When we have an issue, we want to make sure that we're reaching out to them. But then for smaller teams, you know, there's priority support that you can pay for. But pay attention to their support, pay attention to their documentation. And I think that's kind of the way to go. But again, I'll also say that like with open source tools, yes, it might be difficult to manage, but I think when you're thinking about how, you know, people work, also think about like how they pass on the information to people, right? So even though we use Datadog and a lot of documentation is available on Datadog, we make sure that like for my team, like every single thing is on Notion. Like we make sure that we're documenting everything that we're doing, the thought process, why did we eventually choose this, you know, and then there's a documentation on like, if you want to do this, like this is the way to go, right? So we do use Elasticsearch, we use Logstash, we have Kibana for some of our logs. But then there is basically a documentation that says, this is how we've configured it, this is how the logs work. So even if anybody leaves tomorrow, there is still that trace of like documentation that people can follow. I think that's like the most important thing, like whether you use like managed services, use enterprise services, or use open source. Like the most important thing is that people are documenting their work so that, you know, all your knowledge is not tied to one person. And like when that person leaves the company, you know, people are confused. They're able to just like transfer that knowledge to the next person.
Thank you very much. Now clap for me. And I don't want to, I still have 50 USD. Okay, thank you very much guys for spending. Okay, I think the last session we have will be panel discussion, but while that is going on, refreshments will also be shared. So for the panel discussion, we'll be talking about, basically conversation around do DevOps engineers have to code? Do they have to be programmers? I'm sure we have questions that we would like to ask and have answers to. So the next session is just for us to get the speakers and maybe David, Praise, Okpe, and Ibukun can join us on the can join us here. Let me get the chairs. I can do it by myself, but if you want to help, I will appreciate. This guy will collect the next 50 USD. Correct guy. Correct guy. Thank you very much. Thanks. 4 is fine. Thank you. So, Praise, David, please let's come. Let's clap for them as they come. Okpe, let's allow people to rest for a minute, or if you have power, come to come. Thank you. If you have questions, please write them down. So we'll take care of having to tell stories before the question. If you are writing it down, I'm sure you will not write the story before the question. So if you have questions, please start writing them down, but they can start.
Okay, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure some of us are curious about this topic, and then primarily most of us are DevOps engineers, and then some of us are trying to get into this field, and there is a recurring theme in how we work, and the expectations of everyone who is meant to be a DevOps engineer. Some time ago, the first requirements you saw on job postings for DevOps was containerization. You would mostly see you must know how to use Docker. That is gradually changing, right? But the question is, what is it changing to? And do these requirements really match today's market and expectations? We have a few people here who are pitching towards employing others, and then some of these requirements have come up time and again. And we are thinking about this one requirements that we're seeing these days, and it's about programming. So this panel session is just meant to discuss that new realization, and is it necessary in our day-to-day operations. So I would start by saying that I think it's becoming necessary, but of course this is a personal opinion. We have a group of people here who would agree or disagree, and then we would hash it out. But the core focus or the core aim is there is a trend, and are we prepared for that trend? Are we planning our learnings? Are we planning our hiring towards that environment that we see in the near future? So to my right is Dayo, to my left is Praise, and we have Okpe and Ibukun, but they usually say ladies first, so I would pitch towards Praise to help us kick off this. So the first question to you, Praise, is programming a requirement for DevOps today?
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, everybody. So while I would not say that
it is a requirement, it is extremely necessary. So before you become a DevOps engineer, right, you might not necessarily know programming, but while you're on that path, it is necessary for you to learn a programming language. And when I say programming language, it's not necessarily limited to Golang, Python, and the likes. Writing normal scripts, you're going to need to write a lot of scripts, right? Bash scripting, HCLs, Terraform scripts, all of these things, a basic knowledge of programming is going to help you. It's going to make it easier. And then as you progress in your career, let's say you work as a Kubernetes engineer, for example, you want to build operators. To build operators, you need to learn Golang. So yes, it might not be like a requirement. It might not be like a requirement like, oh, before you get a DevOps job, you have to know programming. But then, as you progress in your career, it is something that you need to learn if you're going to be a good or an excellent engineer.
Okay, thank you, Praise. Ibukun, what's your take on this?
Yeah, so I definitely agree. I think as you go along your DevOps journey, it will be good for you to understand not just like scripting languages, but also like what the engineers are doing. So for instance, like with observability, you're instrumenting code, and not because like you have to do it yourself, but you want to be able to like advise engineers on like, how do you do this? You know, what do you need to add to your services? If there are mistakes or somebody says, oh, I've set up this thing and I can't see my metrics, for example, just like being able to like go through the code and understand, you know, what might be missing. I definitely think it's a plus. And then DevOps engineers are really not like limited to like people who learn like DevOps from scratch. Like software engineers also make like really good DevOps engineers as well. Software engineers, like if you're going into something like SRE, SRE usually comes with a like coding requirement. Like so, in fact, in some cases, it's non-negotiable, right? And SRE engineers are like software engineers or DevOps engineers, you know, who are now like interested in SRE. So I think it's definitely a plus if you're able to like write code.
Thanks. Okay, what say you?
You probably know what I would say right now because I was a back-end developer and then I transitioned into DevOps engineering. So, of course, it's sometimes when I'm doing some DevOps stuff and I'm thinking someone that is coming from operation side that doesn't know how to write code and trying to do DevOps. These guys know stuff about system a lot, but they don't know how to write code. So how do you want to do this? It is extremely important that you at least have what happens when people write code to deploy a product because you are literally interacting with that product, trying to put it online. So yeah, it is essential to have a programming knowledge when you're a DevOps engineer. But of course, you might not start with having a programming background. You can just, as she said, you can, as you go along in your career, try to delve into programming. And programming is not as hard as people make it to be. If you open your mind up to it, you definitely would find it interesting. Yeah, so yeah, it's essential.
Okay. Dayo.
I think yeah, everyone has pretty much said everything. But the mental model to think about this is, as an engineer, right? As a DevOps engineer, the core of what you do is easing the software development lifecycle, right? So if it means that for you to get the job done, you need to automate something. First of all, the ideal thing to do is you look around for tools. So if you find tools that are out there that are making that process easier and is helping your whole, product development lifecycle, all well and good, right? You don't probably do any programming. But if you get to the point where you checked around, there is no product that can solve that problem, that is one of the reasons why having the knowledge of programming comes in. Because when you see that you are trying to get something done, this particular task is very important to making the life of your software developers very easy, or for whoever is releasing products, right? They realize, oh, I think I need to write bash script to get this done, or I need to write some Python script to automate this process. So that is where you now go back into your archives of skills, of programming skills, and then you now write it. For most people in the field, you realize that it's not every time that you get to write code, right? It's just when the problem, asks for it. So there are some problems that you realize, there are times when as engineers, we've had to write APIs for Kubernetes operators, right? On the norms, it shouldn't be something that you want to do, but when you have a problem that requests for that, you realize that you need that programming skills to be able to do that. So yeah, I think that is sort of like, that answers why it is important, because when you think about the end goal, and you think about what do I need to get this done, most often than not, you will need to write one kind of code. If it's Python, if it's bash script, if it's whatever you're comfortable with, you probably need it. Yeah.
Thank you, Dayo.
Okay, Dayo, thank you very much. I think now we'll be taking the questions. I know that we have a lot of questions, so we'll try to take as much as we can in the next 10-15 minutes. Also to the panel, please try to be as brief as possible with your answers so we can get to the next person. So let's start here. So how we are playing it is, all you have to do is just read what you wrote. That's the plan. Just read what you wrote. No addition, no stories, please. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, thank you very much. So my question is this, what is the actual difference between cloud engineering, DevOps engineering, site reliability engineering? Because most of the time we see that people...
They got the message. Before you now answer your question while asking. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me allow you to take this first question.
Okay, so to me, I think cloud engineering is, if you're working as an engineer on the cloud, like whether you're writing code or you're doing DevOps, like you're a cloud engineer, right? I think the main contention is usually between DevOps and SRE, and I think it's really just like a culture thing and like a mindset thing, right? In the sense that with DevOps people are usually very operational. They're working on CI/CD. They're working on things that concern, as you said, making it easy for developers to deploy their code. While SRE are also involved in writing code and prioritizing reliability issues. So sometimes you have SREs actually embedded within the team to help the team improve on reliability issues, work on reliability problems. So they're also very involved in writing code, right? So I think that's how a lot of teams kind of distinguish between SRE. So SRE shouldn't just work on, and SRE is very big on automation, which is same as DevOps, right? So they shouldn't be doing a lot of manual work. There's a lot of automation involved and just helping teams do better with reliability, I think.
Okay, Dayo would like to add to that as well.
Yeah, I think also it depends on the organizations, right? So sometimes it could just be a term, right? Different organizations have different, they call it different names. Take for example, Facebook, we call it production engineer. I've been in organizations, they call them platform engineers, right? Some organizations stick with DevOps engineer. Some stick with site reliability engineer, right? What matters is, what is your role, right? Or what problem are you solving for them? So take for example, based on what you ask, cloud engineers. I can imagine that organizations that call it cloud engineers, probably you are strictly working with their cloud services, maybe their AWS or their GCP. Basically your expertise in that area is what they need. Maybe they already have people that are handling release. They have release engineers, right? Or they have people that are handling observability, like Ubukun, they have observability engineers. Do you understand? And then some people, their SRE roles is basically, they just tie them to basically improving these processes, improving the reliability of all of their processes or all of their services, right? So I wouldn't stick much to the role, right, or the role title.
but more on the actual job description, right? So it's not left for you to decide, this is what I like to do. Take for example, if you are someone that you realize that I really like working with CI/CD pipelines, right? Then on the ideal, the role title that fits that is either DevOps engineer. Of course, there's still a lot of fights whether we should be calling it DevOps engineer or not. But is that DevOps engineer or release engineer? But if you are someone that you realize that you like to code a lot and you want to be building DevOps tools, some organizations hire people like that specifically and they call them platform engineers, right? And if you are someone like, you like the observability kind of things, you like, trying to know how every system is performing, you want to get deep dive into all of this, then you go into like monitoring and observability. So yeah.
Thank you very much, Dayo. Thanks, Ibukun. Next question from here. No question, okay. So here's your notes. Let me read this test.
Okay, thank you. Is DevOps engineering a junior level role? And if so, how does the market respond to it?
Okay. I think that's a very interesting question. Yeah, so the question of whether DevOps engineering is a junior role and how the market responds to it. So
Decorum, guys, please, decorum.
For all job types, there is the beginner level, there's the intermediate level, and there's what you would typically call senior level. And in most cases, what determines whether you're a junior or senior or intermediate is your skill level, not necessarily the number of years you spent in that field, right? There are people who have worked 6 years, who have all the certifications, and then they don't know the basic things in a system. Oh yeah, it's possible. It's very possible. They probably were used to, we do it like this and then maintain it like this. The new tools, the new technology, the new methodologies, they have no idea about how to implement that, but they would be senior in quotes. But when you come to DevOps, what happens in most cases when people say we don't want a junior level, they're not saying they don't want your skill level. They're saying we don't want someone who would touch production and it will go on fire. That's basically what they don't want. So before we hire you or before any company hires you, the first thought that comes to their mind is, how would this person improve my system? And during your interviews, you can convince them on how you would improve their system and not blow it up. So your thought pattern around whether DevOps is a junior role, it is not junior. That being said, it is a welcoming field. It's also a field that allows you to learn as you go. I can guarantee you that even at, say, a Google level, you still have engineers in Google Googling. So it's not a function of you must know everything before you start, but it's a function of you must gain competence and credibility and confidence in handling production systems. That's kind of what it is. So whether you started 6 months ago, if you can handle production systems, you get the job. Most companies these days will give you a test to see what you would do, how you will write the code, or how you will write the infrastructure. That determines your level of thinking, and it then determines the kind of level they will place you at. So on your CV, you should not write junior DevOps. That would not help you. Just leave your DevOps there and go for the interview. What you do at the interview will determine where they will place you. So, praise.
Thank you. You said it all. You said every. Praise, you have anything you want to add? Thank you. Question from here, okay. You read it. We'll read it together.
Okay. Now my question is this, based on what I've listened. What is the difference between Docker and Kubernetes? And if they are different engine entities or do they work together?
I'll let Obai take this.
Yeah, thank you. This is a question that I've faced once, and yeah. So container is a piece of your of your host, right? It is a piece of your host that you are using to host your application, right? So you can deploy a container and your application can be reachable through that. But what happens when you want to deploy a backend and you want to deploy a database and you want to deploy your front end? You want to deploy a lot of things, right? So you are going to be deploying a lot of containers. A lot of containers, really. Now, how do you manage those containers? Like, one. So that's where Kubernetes comes in. Kubernetes is literally called container orchestrators, or orchestrator, right? It manages container. It does a lot of things around making sure that your container is always on. So what happens when you deploy, like, say, 50 containers in your infrastructure, and you don't know when one is down, you don't know when one is consuming a lot of resources than it should, you know? So it's basically just manages the container, all of your application for you, like one. And then you have an interface where you can interact with all of them like one. Like, for example, you can list all the containers that are running, and it does a lot of things more than just managing it. It restarts it. There are managers in Kubernetes that restart your container when it dies. For example, you might want to deploy like 5 containers at one. So it makes your product more resilient, such that if one dies, another one is still on, and while that one is on, the one that dies will come up because the container Kubernetes will literally restart it. So it's more like a look at it like there is this logo for Kubernetes that looks like a ship captain, this thing that they drive in a ship. And imagine it from that angle, like you have a lot of containers on that ship, and that thing is the driver. So it's like drives it, manages, and makes sure that what should be what should be somewhere is there, and it's up and running. So that's it.
Thank you very much, Ope. There's nothing to add. From me. We can only take like 4 more questions, so I don't know how to go about it.
Hi, I want to ask, what's the difference between a cloud engineer and a cloud native engineer? Because you said
that's basically my job title. So I'm a cloud native engineer, and I don't know what a cloud engineer do in a company, but if I would guess, it would. Okay, let me explain what I do. So there are ways you build application, and there are tools you use to deploy them, right? But for an application to be cloud native, meaning you are building it for cloud. You are not building it for, say, maybe, tomorrow cloud is not available, so we use our data center infrastructure. You are literally inculcating culture into how you develop the application, right from where the developers are writing the code for it. You know, so there are a lot of articles on how to write application for it to be standard. For example, the 12-factor. There's something called 12-factor. I've forgotten what it's called, but 12-factor. So it states some principles how you develop your application, just so that it's as standard as possible, right? Now, after you've developed your application, what else do you do to make sure that this application is fit for cloud, right? So that is what encompasses what we do as cloud native engineers. So you want to make sure that it is a marriage of tools and culture. It's not just you running Kubernetes. When you're running Kubernetes, it doesn't mean that your application is cloud native. You can be running a bad written application in Kubernetes and it will work, right? But problem happens when you want to scale, when you want to, move from one cloud provider to another. So how do you develop app and all the tools that surrounds it to make sure that it is cloud native, it is resilient, You can move it from one place to another. You know, that's what cloud native is. But for cloud engineering or for a cloud engineer, you might, like you said earlier, another name for that could be a platform engineer. You are developing platforms where an application will live on. So you most likely interact with the cloud service providers and the services of the cloud service providers very much without considering what is happening in the development, in the application development. So you are just building tools for maybe DevOps to put the app on them. So that's what I think the difference is.
Thank you very much, Okoye. I got no questions from this side. I've taken 2 years. Let me balance it. No question. Okay.
Hi guys. Good afternoon. Well, so I'm just asking about the DevOps hiring scene in Nigeria, right? And I'm guessing this is a challenge some of us might have had, where you apply for a remote job and you've gotten the offer, you get an email back saying that the market rate is XYZ, right? So I have people who I'm working in the same organization with where there's a pay disparity. After I received that email, I had some conversations I had with the HR saying this is the, for example, I sent the link for pay scale, some specific organizations in Nigeria that are meeting that. So, but my argument was that there are basically maybe 10 organizations or 15 organizations who are hiring for cloud DevOps roles in Nigeria, and these are not people who are opting to pay an entire lot for it. These are people who are building applications. So my question to you is like, what kind of case do you get to make to outside employers that you're offering the same services that you're offering that is in Nigeria outside? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You guys see why I asked you to write it down? It's obvious. This is the first person without writing it down.
Okay, so your question is quite fuzzy, but from what I can get, so I think for one, it's a company problem. You know, when you want to hire somebody in Nigeria and you feel that because they're in Nigeria, they deserve to be paid less. I think that's a company problem, and I really don't think there's so much anybody here can do about it, aside from building your skills. Now, take for example, as an engineer, I'm going to come from the angle of developing yourself, because really you can't force a company to pay you more than they are willing to pay you. But guess what? You can always leave that company and aim for somewhere higher, right? So I would come from the angle of if you feel like you're being underpaid, or if you feel like you are not, what's the word now? If you feel like you're not seeing your value, I mean, develop yourself, get more skills, apply to more companies that you know that will realize the value that you're bringing into the job, and then bounce. That's all I will say, because you can't keep telling the same company that, oh, see what I'm doing. If they don't see it, you might be in that company for 5 years and you'll still be on the same level. So there's really nothing you can do about it. And then maybe on the company side, now when they see that the attrition rate is quite high, then they might go back to the board and then, think amongst themselves, okay, what can we do? But before then, you shouldn't just develop yourself on bounce.
Thank you very much, Praise. 3 more questions and we can go home. Let me attend to this guy. Sir, where is the note? You don't have? Where is it? The question you want to ask. No, write it down. No, write it down. I have learned. Write them down. Say it first.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for this time. Okay. The question is, I just want to know if for people like me that want to leave a space of operation, then I want to go into tech. So, is there a provision for probably internship or something like a roadmap? Because I've gone on Google. I've tried to, wait, I know I'm saying no. Google, wait. So I just need to make it elaborate actually. I've tried to, I've tried to streamline. Okay, let me stick with software development. So along the line, as I'm going, I will get directed to something else, and before I know it, the whole thing has scattered in my head. So we need a roadmap. We need a mentor. We need a kind of a program that will be, that will be put in place for people like us, so that we would have a direction, and it will be specific, and we will know where we are going. So is there something like that for us right here?
All right, thank you very much for that question. If you do not write it down, don't call me.
All right. So what you just described is what 70% of people in this tech space have been facing. Right from where you started, I've seen people that said they are getting into tech or they are learning something. And someone was having a conversation with me the other day, and he was like, when he started learning, like a year ago, I knew where he started from. Well, he was telling me about, now he's learning Solidity. And I'm like, what? Right? So this is the problem, right? Because people get derailed a lot, right? So it's very hard, because sometimes it can be confusing when you don't understand what's going on in the field, right? And this is what we do. This is what we do as a community to try to solve that. So we have a program called DevOps Accelerate, right? I was going to talk about it as part of our plans, but what DevOps Accelerate is literally tailored towards solving that problem. So take, for example, you are trying to pivot to DevOps. You need something like a roadmap, and outside of just a roadmap that someone is just going to dump on you, you need someone to continually check on you and see that, am I doing the right thing? Or, okay, I've learned Docker, I understand Docker, I understand release management. What is the next step from there? So what we try to do is we create like a mentor-mentee relationship where you are a mentee, we have mentors, people like they're already skilled in this space, they're able to provide you guidance, right? Because if you've tried to learn something on your own before, you realize that that is literally the only thing you need mostly. It's just guidance. So if, for you now, you can easily get someone that says, okay, this person is already in the field, you want to learn, you want to be, what's your goal? My goal is to become a senior software engineer, to be good there. So this person will be able to tell you that, okay, this is where you should start from. By the time you're able to get this done, by the time you've gathered experience, you've gotten like internship opportunities, right? And you're able to do some things. And I will talk about the internship opportunity maybe later when we're talking about our plans. But when you get an internship opportunity, what that does for you is it puts you on a pedestal for you to start having experience. Because at the end of the day, that is what you need. The difference between you and someone that gathers certifications, there's nothing wrong with certifications, but certifications without experience is nothing, as far as I'm concerned, right? Because you are not able to apply all those things you've been learning in real life scenarios. And what makes you valuable to employers is the fact that you can solve their problem. And the reality of things is that every employer have different problems. So your certifications or the roadmap are teaching you a certain problem. So when a new employer comes, you are seeing something different. But if you've gained experience, and which is why the whole point of experience, this is what employer looks for, he has 5 years experience. It's not because you've done certifications or you've learned or you know what Docker is, but it's because they know that you've used your understanding of Docker or your understanding of AWS to solve problems in different organizations. So you can easily come and apply that to them. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So I would say that try and join communities or programs that provide something like a mentor-mentee relationship, maybe outside of even LocalHost, maybe other ones.
Managing your service, like your database on-prem, you're talking about like your backups. How are you going to restore your databases if something happens, when they go down? And I found that like if you don't have like the manpower or like the team to kind of manage that, then like go for a small sized instance on AWS GCP, that you're going to be able to like handle, and you're not going to like be losing your data, especially if you're working in like something like financial services that's very, that's very like you're dealing with sensitive data. You don't want to be losing people's money. But that's like my own personal experience. I don't know if anyone has any.
So database on the cloud, like managed database service, it just basically automate stuff for you and take the burden of doing your stuff by yourself. So like she said they deploy database instance on EC2, and if you have enough Kubernetes cluster resources and you have the manpower, the engineers that knows how to back up their database, maybe a MySQL server or anything, there's nothing wrong in deploying your database in your cluster. What that does is actually still reduce latency because it's inside the same cluster and your application is able to reach it very fast. I mean, I don't think any organization that have the resources should think about, that have the resources. The resources is very cogent. So they have the resources should think about not deploying their database in their cluster, except otherwise there are other reasons not to.
The simple answer is don't put your databases on Kubernetes. Kubernetes is too volatile for, you can use all of the other options they've mentioned, but for no reason should you put a production database on Kubernetes.
And that is because data, compared to your application state, right? The idea is stateful applications, right? Your data is very important. You cannot, if your application goes down or maybe like the container restarts or gets out of memory killed, the Kubernetes will manage it. Kubernetes by itself will restart the application for you. But when you are dealing with data is very sensitive. You cannot afford for maybe a transaction. Imagine someone makes a payment transaction, and at that moment when that payment transaction was meant to be stored in your database, Kubernetes restarted it. That is a lot of shalaye you have to do. And outside of that, at compliance level, it's not even advisable. So, for data persistencies and data integrity reasons, it's not advisable to do that.
So last question, that's the guy. So for other people that have questions, feel free to reach out to the speakers after the session, and I'm sure they will be glad to answer your questions. You've written it, Abi? Okay. Read it, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is John. So I want to ask now, based on industry requirements, what are the basic tools I should learn if I want to become a DevOps engineer? So that,
Okay, so while I would not recommend learning tools, I would say learn the practice itself. You can use some tools to aid your
Decorum,
learning,
guys,
but,
please.
Someone once said we're not tool users, right? You're not a screwdriver. I know there's a CICD, but you're not a screwdriver that is meant to just screw something into the wall, right? The idea is I'm hiring you because I know that you can solve a problem for me. And then the whole concept of you learning a particular tool not focus on them. The idea is if I'm talking about a cloud native application, I'm talking about hosting something in a cloud platform, right? There are multitudes, but you should understand the underlying principle that the whole gist of cloud is that the server is not in your data center, it's not in your compound, it's somebody else running it. That's what you should understand, and understand how to communicate with such a server. So once you understand that, you can translate that to any other cloud service provider. All of them have almost the same services with different names. So if you were keen on just AWS, for example, and you learn AWS all your life, you might make it through the entire field, but you wouldn't be, you won't be fluid to work with other technologies when you are pushed into that space. And then when you now think about, okay, I have servers in the cloud, then just like Ibukun had talked about, you need to see what's happening in the servers. If you had focused on, oh yes, I must learn Prometheus, only Prometheus, then when someone says, we don't use Prometheus here, we use Datadog, you'll be lost. your job will be threatened at that point in time. So the idea should be, oh, we have servers in the cloud. Whoever hosts it is not the main gist. The idea is we have servers there, we can talk to them with APIs. Now we need to see what is happening on them. We need to get metrics somehow. I need to know the CPUs that are being consumed on those servers. Some tools will help you, but understand that basically what they will all do is give you an interface or some APIs to talk to the servers that you have on somebody else's compound and then see what you want. And then the whole gist of let's deploy an application, even the whole notion that I must learn Docker. Docker is not the only container runtime that we have these days. So it's not a do or die, learn Docker or you don't have a job. It's learn what container runtimes do and learn how container orchestration works. Whatever your company uses is up to you. But the idea is you understand how a container works. You understand what it is. You understand how it stores data. You understand how that your small container application interacts with a database in someone else's compound or in someone else's data center. So once you understand this entire flow, the tool they use in achieving this would be a trivial thing to do or a trivial thing to understand. There are some recommendations in quotes based on their market capitalization or their market position, but the idea is learn the concepts and not the tools.
I wanted to answer that and also like the roadmap thing. I think he's right. Like definitely learn the concepts because there are tools that will do. There are many tools that will do the same thing. But then I think the confusion of roadmaps and like where should I learn? I think look for people. There are a lot of free resources on YouTube. There are channels like Edureka. Edureka will give you like so many videos on how to become a DevOps engineer. You can now like take those roadmaps, like you can look at Udacity. Even if you can't pay for Udacity, look at what their cloud engineering course is like, and then go and look for free resources on YouTube and use that as your roadmap. So you now start to like build for yourself, even if you cannot find like a mentor or like an internship, right? So just go to anybody who already has like a structure of these are skills or these are tools that you should, learn as a DevOps engineer, and then now start using like free resources or to complement that. And then of course like you can go to like for women there's like She Code Africa, there's LocalHost, there's I think it's AT, I can't remember their name. There's this school, I think it's ATX, alt school. Exactly, they would train you and then you pay them when you get a job. So there are many resources online, there are many communities. You can join that, but if you're not able to get access to those, look for courses that already have outlines, and then if you can't pay for them, look for free resources to kind of learn through that. And I think the most important thing is also to practice, right? If you're going to demonstrate your skills, you want to show people that, oh, I've deployed this thing, I've tested this thing, and that's how you'll be able to go through interviews as well, because you have some hands-on experience. So practice, put it on GitHub, blog about it or whatever, and then you're building your skills like that.
Thank you very much. Clap if you are clapping now, please. I think that will be all. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you. No. I think before I go on, now is the time to win my 10K. If I were you, I'll bring out my phone. So, but before we, the URL first. Where's DT? We'll share the URL. Okay, yeah, that's the URL. bit.ly. The L is capital letter, please. See? Someone focus their phone. There is a lost but found phone here. Let's don't chow small chops. So Before we, have we all logged in now? Now the key. It's asking for a key, right? We should wait. Hold on, we'll show the key also. Yeah. That's the key. The game pin, rather. Don't start here, just wait. Are we? Nobody have entered yet, though. Please note that the names you are using, you will defend it if, for you to collect my 10K. Okay, people are entering. I can see Ola, Femi Bams. Huh? The Kaut link. Please show the Kaut link. You know what you should do? Copy the game pin and put it on this page also. Just click on it, you should copy. Just click on just, yeah. You can now delete, yeah. Are we ready? If you are putting on a white t-shirt, please drop your phone. Are we ready? While we are doing that, we'd like to say a very big thank you to our sponsors. We have Andela, IntoSwitch, Nautilus, Propel, and Aya. Thank you very much for believing in us, for trusting us to deliver. No, just click on guest. Click on guest, then click on classic. Guest, classic. You don't have to sign in or create an account. Just click on guest, play as guest, then click on classic. Let's open on let's you see classic, you see team. We have just 10 people here. People at the back, you guys are not interested or what? $12. Huh? Game pin. That's the game pin. Huh? Decline. The game pin is different. Use this game pin, the one you are seeing here. Eh? It's not going to do it. Good. Go to the URL again. Go to the URL. Yeah, no. Okay, I promise to give people t-shirts. It's available. If you go, you will not get yours. Well, unless I can't deliver it to your house. Who are the people that have joined? Show people that have not joined though. Please help us. 1 second. The pin is changing. Go back to the URL again. Please help people around, please. Help your neighbors. Yeah. Go to the IT, then enter the code. Okay, guys, you can just go to kahoot.it, then enter the game pin. Go to kahoot.it and enter the game pin. Queen. We have 27 people that wants to win my 30K. It's okay. I want 1K last. Are we ready? We have over 100 people here, which we just have 38. Are we ready? How many of us know how to play the game? Or don't know how to play the game? You don't know how to play the game. So it's simple. There are like 12 questions that will be asked. In 20 seconds, you have to pick an option. The options are color-coded. So whenever you see the question, check your phone. The options will also show on your phone. Just pick a color that represents your answer. Are we ready? Okay. DT, I need sound on the laptop, please. The stuff comes with sound. Just plug the... Are we ready? Okay, we have 62 people joining. There's no okay, six. Are we ready? Are we ready? Let's get it. Start. The top 3 on the ladder board goes home with 10K. Transfer. Are we ready? I want to be fair. I want us to be ready. Okay, I think we are ready. Let's go. The game has started though. You have 20 seconds to pick your option. 31 answers, 33 answers, 37 answers, 41 answers, 50. Okay. Okay. Next. Hold on. Who is Nathaniel? Okay. Who is Ernesto? Okay. Who is Detola? Okay. I mean, we can see people leading now. Next question, please. Say on the hustle for my 10B. Okay. You must provide your phone and your driver's license. If you can't see the screen, go to the front. Going now. Who's leading? Who's leading? Nathaniel, take it easy. You will steal your phone. Detola. Let's get it. Hope you are with your driver's license and your voter's card to identify yourself before you collect my 10K. Four more, four more. The last question is a bonus question. Detola, take it easy. Dayo mentioned it. I told you guys, everything here was discussed. The last and final question. The last and final question. This is bonus. It's me, it's me. Mubarak, third position. And the winner is. Clap for him or her. Clap for him or her. Come with your phone, so Come with your phone, your driver's license, and your voter's card. Your mother's maiden name, also your BVN. Waiting be your name. What's the name? Oh, it's okay, second place. Okay. Bless screenshots, wait. I didn't know that we not exercise these guys. If you have a screenshot. Lights now, guys. So, Mr. David, do transfer for them, I beg. Wait and collect your money. We will do transfer for you. Also, if I gave you AWS credit, please see me after service. No, see David after service. It would also transfer it to you. I think right about now we are almost rounding up. Dayo. So I think Dayo would also give us a closing remark. Okay. No. Dayo can come out. Sing.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. It's really, really, really. Victor, please can we have like decorum?
Hello, guys at the back, please let's come back to our seats. We are almost rounding up.
All right, guys.
This session is as important as the first session, so please.
So this is where it gets interesting.
Exactly.
When we started, we talked about our journey so far. We talked about why we are here, and then we also experienced why we are here. This last bit is us talking about the next steps. What is the next thing we want to do? And the first next thing that we are doing after this is the DevOps Accelerate program. Now, remember all of our talks earlier. This program is literally a training program for anybody that is looking to pivot into DevOps, or you are just about to start DevOps and you are looking for, like someone asked earlier, you are looking for guidance. You need like something that you can follow and start an actual career. DevOps Accelerate is the program for you for that, right? After this event, the next thing, by Monday, the next thing we are opening up is the application form for the DevOps Accelerate. So if you've not been part of our community, if you are not on Telegram, if you are not on Slack, or if you've not been following us on Twitter, please do so you can get all the information regarding that. So DevOps Accelerate, and this time around, DevOps Accelerate is going to be different because we are going to be having DevOps Accelerate Lagos and DevOps Accelerate Dallas in the US. So the purpose of this is that the Lagos branch or the Lagos DevOps Accelerate is basically for everybody that is trying to, because over the time we have different set of people that are trying to learn. For the last DevOps Accelerate, we have about 10 people in the United States that are trying to learn DevOps as well. So we are also creating that program for them. So DevOps Accelerate Dallas is going to cater for that as well. But as well, the other thing we're also going to be doing is we are not just going to be training junior engineers or people that are trying to pivot. If you are a junior engineer or you are a mid-level engineer and you want to advance in your career and you are thinking of what are the other things I need to do to advance in my career for me to be like, top notch, for me to be earning, $100K per year. I mean, $100K, so not naira. But yeah, DevOps Accelerate, this year's cohort is also going to be tailored towards that. So when the announcement comes out, if any of these things is something that you fit in, please do well to apply. And then the next thing is the localhost meetups.
So before COVID, right, we usually handle our localhost meetups quarterly, right? So that means every quarter there is a meetup in Lagos. But now we've grown, and now we have localhost Abuja. Abdul Basit is the organizer for localhost Abuja. We have localhost Ife. Ashcode is the localhost organizer for localhost Ife. And now we just launched 2 new ones, which is localhost Berlin and localhost London. Idowu is going to be the organizer for localhost Berlin. So just in case you japa and you go to Berlin, just reach out to Idowu. He'll give you everything you need. I mean, it's also going to help you as a community. Like when you are traveling, you already have like a community of people that you know. And then localhost London, in case you japa to UK, Kunle is also going to be the organizer for this. Now, this is also where it gets interesting. If you are here and you are thinking of starting, being an organizer, maybe you live in a place where we don't already have, we currently have about 4 or 5, right? And then you would like to be an organizer, please reach out to us. We are trying to spread, our mission is literally spreading the gospel of DevOps across the world, right? So if you are here, you want to start localhost Ikorodu, you want to start localhost China, please reach out to us, and then we'll give you everything you need for you to get started. So that's that. And the other thing is our podcast, right? We launched our localhost podcast, and the idea of the podcast is simply having conversations. Imagine me imagine just 2 people having conversations about just one thing. Maybe it's what one of our speakers talked about. Maybe it's observability or Docker, or maybe a general challenge with jobs in DevOps, right? Localhost podcast is tailored towards that. Another thing that the localhost podcast is tailored towards is sort of like an office hours where we can just bring someone from any company, right, that does DevOps. Maybe in this case is Paystack, and then this person will walk us through how a life how a life as a DevOps engineer in Paystack works, right? They can walk us through how, job roles or a DevOps engineer in Paystack, how they're able to, go from maybe 1,000 users to 1 million users. We can have those detailed conversations that we probably won't be able to have as we do when we are sharing screens, right? So that is the essence of the localhost podcast. So that is also going to be going live. We'll also be sharing that with us on our channels. But yeah, so the main idea of all of this is there are a lot of things that we have for us. So it is very important that we all join our community. If you haven't joined, we have a Slack community and we have a Telegram community as well as a Twitter handle. Follow us. All of this information are there. Now, the last bit of our plan for the year, and this is the most, this is one that really excites me. It's our conference. A lot of people have been asking me, is this a conference? This is a meetup. This is not a conference. Now imagine how our conference is going to be. Our conference is, we are aiming at sometime in September. And one thing that distinguishes our conference is that we, as a community in Nigeria, we are going to be hosting other international communities in Nigeria. So that means that we are going to be bringing DevOps, site reliability engineers from Fortune 500 companies like Google, Facebook. They are all going to be coming down to Nigeria, and then we are going to be having this together as well, right? So our localhost conference is coming up soon. As time goes on, we are going to start pushing out media for that. But yeah, these are the things that we have in stock. And at the end of the day, what I just want to say, or what I just want to admonish everybody is that, first of all, I really appreciate the turnout. I appreciate everybody for taking time to come. But also as a community, personally, let me just share one very short story. I've grown my level of growth as an engineer is because of the community I have around me. The job support, 90% of the jobs I have or I've done is from a friend referring me saying, oh, I know this. You are looking for a DevOps engineer. The person doesn't even know what the role of a DevOps engineer does, but he knows, oh,
I know Dayo does DevOps, and he refers you. So imagine us as a community like this. Someone is asking me, do you know a DevOps engineer? And I'm like, oh yes, I know this person, I know this person. Or even if I don't know this person, I can easily bring it inside our conversation, inside our group chat, and say, someone is looking for a DevOps engineer, or someone is looking for internship opportunities. Do you know companies? And we're able to create that community amongst ourselves where we can share ideas, we can share opportunities, and then we can grow together. So if you are here and then you are not part of the community, I would really, really love for you to join our community. And also, in the order of thanks, I would like to thank everybody, but most especially the committee members, right? See, I'm just here to hold mic and just talk all of this. The people that are doing the actual work are the committee members. These people, we have a group chat, if it's a lot of work, because it's literally a volunteer work, right? Nobody is getting paid for this, but everybody is happy to do it. So if you are willing, or you would like to join part of our committees and volunteer to help us in any way, please reach out to me or Favor, right? Or send us a mail, DM, or whatever, right? We are looking to get more people involved in this. So if you would really love so many support. So please, we need to support ourselves as a community. Let us grow this. Let us also help each other, right? So that's that. But before we close, I think I will need to again recognize our sponsors, because at the end of the day, all of this was made possible because of our sponsors. These guys dropped money, and you know, money is very key to get all of these things done. So I first of all like to thank, in no particular order, thank Andela. Andela has always been there for us for all of our meetups, whatever it is we want to do, right? So the good thing about this is, once you want to do anything, once I just send a message to Andela guys like, oh, we have this, the question they ask is, what do you need? Like, it makes running a community so easy, right? And in that light, I would also like to, we all know, who doesn't know what Andela does here? Okay. Who knows what Andela does here? So yeah, Andela recruits senior engineers. So maybe you are a senior software DevOps, and you are here, you are looking for opportunities. I don't think that as a DevOps engineer, if you're a DevOps engineer and you are like mid-level to senior and you are looking for a job, is wrong. Because there are like shitload of jobs, shitload of opportunities. It's just for you to just show face. Like so many opportunities. And I really, in this space, by the time when you are good, or at least to some extent, you will not look for a job. That's the reality of it. So that's why I said, if you are a mid-level or senior engineer and you are looking for a job, you are wrong. But if you find yourself in that situation, please reach out to Andela. Andela have like, just go to their portal. I don't know if it's being shared. Go to their portal, and then you can easily apply, and then they would refer you to, they can, a client engagement. Then the other sponsor is InterSwitch. InterSwitch, they are dear. Please, let's give them a round of applause. They were also part of the people that made this possible for us, and this event will be possible without them. So we want to say a very big shout out to them, and thank you very much. Also, we all know InterSwitch, right? They are a big payment company. So if you are also, InterSwitch is also recruiting. Like, everybody is literally recruiting. So if you are looking for job opportunities, you would love to work in InterSwitch, or you are looking for internship opportunities, whatever, it's a good thing they are just right behind us. So just go there and reach out to them, drop your information for them, and then you're on your path, right? The other three people I would like to talk about is Propel. So Propel also recruits. Literally everybody is recruiting. So which is why, again, if you are here and you, at least, maybe you were wrong before, right? But after today, having a job should not be a problem. If, let's even say the problem is that you don't have the skill. We've already talked about all the things you need to do to get that skill, right? So if you're also looking to get jobs, you're looking for opportunities, Propel also provide jobs opportunities for people in DevOps that are looking to get hired, right? Another sponsor I would like to talk about is Anya. So now, let's say you've gotten good. I'm sure, how many of us, have heard about the blockchain and Web3 space? Okay, interesting. Now, let's say you are a DevOps engineer, but you would really love to work with Web3 companies, right? Or blockchain companies. Maybe you just feel like, oh, more, I'm too good for all these traditional companies, I beg. I want to do something more hard, right? Hanya is literally providing opportunities for DevOps engineers that are looking to work in blockchain companies. So if you're a DevOps engineer like that, and you would love an opportunity to do that, just follow Anya or reach out to them on their, I don't know, maybe it will be all of them will be projected soon. So you can reach out to them. I think their site is joinanya.com, so you can reach out to them for all of those details. And finally, Nautilus. Nautilus is also recruiting. So if you are here looking for internship opportunity, or you are a DevOps, you are looking to work with a cloud consulting company, I think the good thing about working with cloud consulting company is it helps your experience, because as a consulting company, they get different clients, right? So you're able to work with different clients. So if you are looking for that kind of experience, please reach out to the people at Nautilus. I think they're also somewhere there. So you can reach out to them for more information about that. And I also think that Nautilus is also doing something special for companies or startups. So let's say you're a startup here and you have some technical challenges that you don't have enough money to pay DevOps engineer to solve for you. Just reach out to the Nautilus guy. They give like a discount to this meetup for any startup that is like that. So just reach out to them, tell them about your problem, and then they'll get on the call with you, and then they'll help you fix it for free. As long as just tell them LocalHost meetup. I'm not supposed to say that. But yeah, just reach out to them. They will tell you, they will ask you all of the things you're supposed to ask. But yeah, I guess that's it. So again, please let's give a round of applause for all of our sponsors. So I guess we have come to the end of LocalHost Meetup. It's really, really great to have everybody here. I'm really happy with how everything turned out, and I really want to appreciate every single body. But before I go, there's one person I want to really appreciate. Favor, please, can you come? So Favor is our community manager. And please, let's give a round of applause for Favor. Like I said, I'm just a mouthpiece. I'm just a mic, right? This guy is our community manager, and he's had to do a lot of... This guy has not slept since yesterday, just to make sure that we are all here. As at the time I was waking up, right, I was asking Favor that, okay, what time are we supposed to get here? Favor said he's already here. I just wake up. But I think the level of dedication Favor has is really, it made the life of all of us as a community, as a committee, it made it so much easy. So anytime you are seeing our Twitter, this is the guy, in case he has told anybody that, come and meet me, this is the guy also. But yeah, please let's give a round of applause for Favor. All right, to that end, I would say thanks everyone, and I'm really glad everybody's here. Thank you so much. Let's have a great day.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, guys. We still have giveaway. I still have something I want to give you people. So we still have T-shirts, LocalHost T-shirts, but you have to promise us that you wear it here so we can take pictures. So we have 3 sizes. We have extra large here, large here, medium in the middle. That makes sense. So if you know your size of T-shirt, for extra large, just go to, this is my left. This is my left. For large, this is my right, and medium, just be in the middle. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very, very much for coming through and spending time with us. Also, guys, we also need you guys to take pictures with it. Also, no, I think there should be a group photograph. Downstairs or here. Okay, yeah. So, guys, after you collect the shirts, you can put it on and come for a group photograph. The shirt will go round by God's grace. Also, if I am owing you AWS credits, come oh. If I am owing you AWS credits, 50 USD, come and collect. Hmm? Oh, I gave you one. Shikemi, come and collect your AWS credit to. Maureen, come and collect your AWS credit to. Guys, don't go yet, oh, don't go yet. Come and take pictures, please, oh. Lock the door, lock the door, lock the door. Thank you very much, thank you very much. Let's all come, take your t-shirts and come to the front. Please, keep t-shirt for those that joined online, oh, please, oh. Let's all go to the front. Let's all go to the front, please. Let's all go to the front. Let's all go to the front. Let's all go to the front for pictures. Let's all go to the front for pictures. Extra large is that side. No, this is medium. Favor, where is extra large? Who is there? Sorry. Sorry, hold on. Okay, this is the extra large. Wait, I need one. I just need one.
Oh, wait, before you collect this,
Extra large. Medium is here. Oh, medium is finished. Sorry. Extra large is there. Where is Favor? Favor. Large don't finish. No, that's extra large. You see the one is four. Yeah, where is it? Nobody has been here. They should be. One is supposed to be here. Exactly. Now defined. Ask around. You should be here. Because you're not supposed to not finish like that. Guys, let's come to the front, please. See extra large. I define there is a box for large.
So now so one pack disappear.
One full pack will keep for here. These boxes were supposed to be 3. Yes. One. So we were looking for 1. Where is it? They have finished it already. Large. No, we had to. Well, everybody don't put. Some people will pick 2. Nobody can say they did not collect. Okay, guys, let's come to the front for pictures, please. Thank you. I'll mention it. Okay. Guys, let's come to the front for pictures, please. If you have your t-shirts or don't, please come to the front for a group photograph. Thank you. I will start dragging you people. Let's come to the front for a group photograph. Mr. Okwe, don't leave us. Don't leave us. Come and take picture with us. Thank you. Okay. Let's come to the front, guys, please. I am begging. I am begging. Say to Jennifer for me. Oh, yeah, thank you very much. Guys, let's come to the front. Oh. Let's all come to the front, please, please, please. Ash code, leave your chest there and join us. If you are not here, you are wrong. Go come to the front. Oh. If you are not here, you are wrong. Go. AY, you don't chow small chops. No one can take picture. It's okay to smile. Oh.
Build to scale.
Build to scale. Build to scale. Thank you. Please try to ensure you are not forgetting anything. Oh. Yeah. If I promise you AWS gift card, come and collect. Oh. I always pay my debt. I'm a learning star. Oh. No, I know them. No, it's not you.